Okay, that's better. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ace Attorney Justice for All. Am I coming through okay? Wonderful. Alright, let's just go ahead and get right down to it. Where we last left off, we hopefully went into the final investigation for this trial, or for this episode. Now we're into hopefully the final trial for this. And yeah, a lot of stuff happened, and I think this is gonna try and like force me to play a lot differently. And I'll speak English, right? It's gonna force me to play differently because of what it's like this story needs me to do. We're just gonna go right into it, and for those of you who weren't there last time, this is happening. How did I get into this mess?
That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Now we know who that voice is. What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
Huh? But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
I've had this dream before.
Wanna hear a fun fact about raccoons?
No, I already know this fact. You stop it, chicken. And now you got me, like, you interrupted my narration. You know what? I shouldn't even tell you what I added in there now. Hang on. Okay, that's better. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. Oh, he's in his normal voice. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, all right? There we go. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up, you better get on guard at guilty sentence, okay? You get that creepy slime back and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix. Oh! You just popped up out of nowhere. Eyes up. Her eyes are gray. Her eyes are gray. Her eyes are gray. Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. What? You can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please! There's nothing left! Not here, not anywhere! Cursing on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore, I mean it! You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe? I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy, but we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can and find the killer. We can get Maya out, and you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. It's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make that trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Edgeworth with everything you got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. That's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery in our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Hungard, and then proceeded to escape the scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. Turn it down just a little bit so I can barely hear myself read. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? Looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin is his client, so to speak. His client, so to speak, is Matt on guard.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. So we have to keep trying and to defend on guard, somehow.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah.
Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. On Guard's room.
Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, so I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. Everyone assumes that the person Mr. Enguarde was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? For us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Okay, we got a full bar, so... The defendant's room? Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright,
What is it?
you're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time? Witness. I will personally talk to the defendant. Will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry.
So you went to the defendant's room, and then?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? The second you started defending Matt Enguarde in his, weird Hallelujah Baptism persona. Are you sure that was Matt Enguarde?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing a sick nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then we really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish costume and had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
What did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
No, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think.
So who are these guests you were talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it'd be really weird since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. You see, in any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Okay, so what am I looking for here? It's the bellboy. Oh, I just want to say congrats. Notice anything strange? Make the bellboy a tip. First. Mr. Powers. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated,
You know, I did feel something weird. It's because...
could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. There we go.
You're reading about the bellboy, right? Man gave the bellboy a tip.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much was it? How much was it?
That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was really surprised twice by this event. I wonder which one of his shocking moments. What was shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps.
I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches.
Line of stitches?
Yeah, went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out.
Ah! He was there, at on guard's house. He was that butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means On Guard was talking with D. Killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, On Guard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief.
Are you sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What'd you just say, Your Honor?
Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony.
The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much. Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
Why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash? Uh-oh.
Well, interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. It's beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant's a superstar. That kind of tip is typical for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing blah, 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 blah. Then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. Even I don't get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work.
So supposing that roll of cash was a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious?
Call it
For
a
the
tip.
murder of Juan
More like
Carita.
balls deep.
Then... Jesus Christ.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now! Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley D. Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley D. Killer?
He's the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley D. Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr.
Oh, wrong voice.
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Just something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. That's when that bellboy I saw came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I meant Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. D. Killer, then we shall see.
If the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. And what time was it?
Well, I do remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to the bathroom pretty soon after that. Then I came back, and then went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
How could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So, which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make that bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, you can amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice. What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
We could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof. Then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. I mean, we do have... And we do have this, found next to the victim. Please don't be so quick to judge.
But it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, that bellboy was the assassin. It'd be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Changes this time. Tell, same stitches on his face. I talk about Matt. Fixing room, huh? Teddy bears. One's room, all right. Empty-handed. Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and...
So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene.
There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would, look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner. Can anyone clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it? The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at the time?
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? Huh? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Blank leather gloves?
Why didn't you mention this earlier to them?
I'm sorry, it slipped my mind.
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, I'm gonna focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Bright. That bellboy was wearing black leather gloves.
So? A football is made of leather. Are you saying that all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather?
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the scene of the crime wearing black leather gloves. I don't think even someone like myself can believe that he was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh, yes, please tell us more.
Okay.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. And then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then came back to my seat.
Who the heck would that be? Oh, that might have been Adrian.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Yeah, excuse me? I may be poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying.
Well, I think the whole point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, and sort of cheeky spy-like.
I knew he was spying. Does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said, hold it!
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask you only one question at a time. He gave something to this person.
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remember what that was, I wouldn't be calling it or something, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
It was something kind of small.
This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was.
Try.
In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next.
So after he gave the person inside the room the thing...
Actually, hang on. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. On Guard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right?
Yeah, I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at the time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? You saw something else?
It was this little jittery alien with the ray gun. He was watching one store like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about a lose-lose situation. I will save Scum and a motherfucker. Alright, so what was that other thing? Person inside. So who took this something that bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
An arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item and some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was a person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is all this stuff really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see, I think it was,
if you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure. I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
A statue?
Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. I saw the actual thing again. I'd probably remember, you know.
Looks like for this child to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. Trust your instinct on this one. Take a chance, Phoenix.
Oh, Mr. Powers, let's continue with the testimony.
You mean this? What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that projection come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Bright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Bright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Madame Guard's mansion.
At the defendant's house?
Oh, shit.
What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelly the Killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Unguard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Nat On Guard is Mr. D. Killer's client. Is D. Killer's... I know how to read. Mr. Matt On Guard is D. Killer's client.
I said order! That is Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot and he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
Let this happen. I have to do something. It has to be something we've overlooked. The arm. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There's still a few points left we haven't fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, well, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
The person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of the... Ah! Huh?
What is it, Mr. Powers? Are we going to scream like that? Then please give us a good reason why.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, sure, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm... It was a Niku Samurai's arm, I swear it.
You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was a Niku Samurai.
Order, order! Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So that person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Nat On Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Well, no, what if it was Adrian dressed as a Nickel Samurai?
And to the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
What am I supposed to do now, Mia? Help! I don't have time to act lost. Gotta find another angle to attack this from. Hurry!
No, I won't bring this crescent.
Your Honor!
Again, Mr. Wright, if I would remove any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point would do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Yeah, what's with all these cuts? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. On Guard's mansion. However, Mr. On Guard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. On Guard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken his bear home.
Whew. Disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at On Guard's mansion. this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. Was the butler all this time? He was the killer. D-Killer and On-Guard were working together, so to speak. And D-Killer was hiding at On-Guard's mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to the On-Guard mansion by D-Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, On-Guard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad if he had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything we can attack at all?
I think we've heard enough. Now we know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt On-Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you cannot win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. Yeah, well, this is one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe that my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On-Guard Mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person.
What did you say?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is D-Killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Tisk tisk. This is all you have.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is D-Killer's real client and therefore the real murderer?
Sorry, Adrian. I gotta pin this on you.
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt On-Guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
And what about Mr. On-Guard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
Oh, that's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On-Guard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, we can't fully discount its possibility either. Hang on. I gotta check to see. Okay, I still got about 5 more minutes. Come on, anyone can tell On-Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's the murder of all things. This is to save Maya, this is to save Maya, this is to save Maya, this is to save Maya. If the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order! Order! Orders of the parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game.
There's what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. It's Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. Just in time for an ad break. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and run this. I'm gonna take a moment to get some more water. In the meantime, you all get yourself a drink. I'll be right. Okay, are we back? I think we're back. I think the ads have finished. Okay, it's fine. I thought it'd screwed up my mix it up overlay. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Strong power? They find her? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? How you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Yeah, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where D-Killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! Even if we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. I have just run out of luck this time. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! I just imagine like Pearl's like changing height and figure randomly at times. Weird. Mia. Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away? She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? Yeah, the Big Berry Circus. There's only one, pal. The Berry Big Circus. Oh, Berry Big, not Big Berry. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hang on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300-foot radius in the main tent. Hurry! And? I could see a mailbox under the window just from outside. Gumshoe! There's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. You alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
You've seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why? Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine is a container of sorts, is it?
Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. I have so many windows, just like the Twitch dashboard, to mix it up, and OBS. The second screen. A puzzle? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, if you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh. Oh, this was interesting.
Is he doing it right now? Playing his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, well, don't mind me. Go on and carry on.
I think he's lost it. So, what did you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from a friend when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Miss, let's continue with your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken. Oh, look at this. Especially if someone wants to get what was inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same once again. It can never be the same again once it's broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is all I'm about to get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What's inside this box? What's in the box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we're going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
Oh, what is that? Looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order. Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. But that would contradict what because it had already been taken by D Killer. Everything was going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What's written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you would please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard. About being engaged to Conrita, and then On Guard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that's all Miss Impax had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Mad On Guard's values above all else, his refreshing like spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's On Guard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible, what a selfish person. I guess there are some slimeballs lawyers out there who will defend those creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. D. Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. The only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. And let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. That was already in the judge's hand, Phoenix, hurry! Trying to think. It's like, I think we're pretty much done with this. Because if it was given to her when she was in this Nickel Samurai costume, she could have taken that out easily. Theory. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt on guard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But it seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that's the case, I'd say that Matt on guard could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I didn't think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. But I did think of it that way. No one in the right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order? Order! You make a very valid point. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
Defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrido, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Wait, hold on. Okay, so it doesn't say when.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Bright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Don't use Bug Sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Mr. On-Guard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. On-Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now that's what now what's that lawyer thinking? Just stop, don't look at him. Boy, he's sweating is just so nasty. Brother, Phoenix, yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know that it seems like Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when we had the chance. What are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go easily.
Are you beginning to sound desperate?
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something we really should examine about this piece of evidence. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my initial thought, saying that see if the handwriting matches.
That is Miss Inpax's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession only until only a few minutes ago. Which means the handwriting on this note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Inpax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting...
Mr. Wright? Are you saying that this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. What if this is a fake? The witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. I didn't know such thing. Right? If you're going to pronounce the suicide note as a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note?
As the defense has stated, the handwriting is yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt! That lawyer's just trying to buy more time! I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Oh, thank God.
What is that sound?
Excuse me, I just have to take this. It's Gumshoe. Hello? Gumshoe? What's with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened? Did he kill her? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But didn't tell me we don't have any more. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to enter these proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Edgeworth? There you go! Please, wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
You can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
Can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for the day and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. Be advised, I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
Court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right. Well, what's going on with my situation? The killer looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Ugh. Report!
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I got the things you left for me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. Hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. All right, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red... Oh, that's probably not a good thing. I was locked by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something wrong that would be decisive enough to end this. He didn't. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, there's a way we can find out where he is and we can stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way we can... There is. That's right. There is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. I don't have it. Or maybe she does. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. Chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. Might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with a handwriting analysis. I've got to take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. We're gonna keep fucking going.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you seem so also distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
That is, it's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, it doesn't match. We have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake.
Order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
Would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Well. Looks like Miss Impax never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
Does sound very plausible.
This theory that On Guard had no idea. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. So, yeah, I'm trying to think here. It's trying to prove. Like, I lost my train of thought trying to think things. Alright, so it's obviously fake. It's Karita's handwriting. Something feels wrong, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
Actually, there is something I would like to ask. Mr. Edgeworth, you had said something earlier to the effect of the defendant had spied on Mr. Kurita's private life. I believe this would mean that he would have... I believe this would mean that he would have known about the note as well.
That's it. Yes, and so naturally, this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the note was a fake. Oh. I guess that kind of works.
See here, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I was the one who thought of the spying thing. Jumping in and stealing my thunder like that is simply... I can't even describe it.
Yes, sorry.
I could have even bragged about embarrassing Mr. Edgeworth or my grandchild had you not. For that, I assign you a penalty, Mr. Wright.
What? If only I get my mouth shut.
So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake.
Is that supposed to happen?
And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory is as to what Mr. On Guard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote a note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like this time, it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What's next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there,
Your Honor. Prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh? Well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Edward's stuttering. That's not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who was perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley D. Killer to commit murder. That's impossible. No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's
Yes? Go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley D. Killer.
Oh, Mr. D. Killer.
Give it a second.
Wait! Shelley D. Killer? You mean the killer? I mean, the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is just a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Oh, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? Not really. Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then. Prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Oh, hold on. I gotta just see how much time I got left for... 14, okay, I got time. 14 minutes. There's a bad and good ending to this trial. Hmm. If only I had a, just save when Phoenix has ... as a choice. My name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin.
I say, what's going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. D. Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got about earlier was about.
Oh, no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure if this is really Mr. D. Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelly D. Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. So hungry. Maya!
A voice? Mr. Wright can confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly D. Killer.
Looks like we have run into yet another expected turn of events. Well, that doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita, is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Now that we have that answered, now we've answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A dream.
Shelly D. Killer. What is he going to say? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between the client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
Mr. D. Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. D. Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite, and has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend.
Wait a minute.
Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please tell us that your client says... I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on.
Well, it appears that this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about my situation. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. Camera! If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must provide the killer name so many clients. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust in me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? That has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. There would be certainly...
That's enough! Please, no more!
Very well, it was only hypothetical anyway. The fact that Matt had a camera in there is a breach of contract. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside the prescribed role.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
Judd better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I'm sorry, Dave. My name's Phoenix. I still have a few things to say before I do.
Egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's only important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Trust between you and your client. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. There we go. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone. Do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness? What is the name of the client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carita? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be on the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. D. Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. D. Killer told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous! I was deceived! Inconceivable! This witness is telling a very serious lie. You were the one who summoned this witness. You... Shelley D. Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is not on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note was a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake, but most definite of all, we have heard it from the assassin himself, the name of his client. Mr. Dickin's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Mace Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? The way this is going, Mr. On Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. D. Killer is lying. And On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please! That testimony just now, it was all one big lie! But Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was horrible. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and just pause it right here. I'm gonna go ahead and get this ads break started. Also, I need more water. Remember, kids, stay hydrated. Alright, we're back.
But Mr. D. Killer himself had testified, he has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife, button, done in Manito's samurai costume.
But that's...
You even had a motive. You know that Miss Celestine Pax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her. You wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them! Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Why do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Alright, so I'm guessing the verdict would technically be the bad ending. Since we saved on the new file, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Man on Guard is a killer and a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. Oh, I am. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than On Guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten On Guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I did! I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we'd be allowed to further question Mr. D. Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But the witness has clearly cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see the witness's lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. D. Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is, how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done.
What shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. D. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people, your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client, However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is the tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carrito was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I referred to. Is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Redworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question the testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defendant's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies of that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Oh, there's another ellipses. I pressed him the wrong way and might raise suspicions on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No, I'm not thinking of hard.
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that?
Guilty, Mr. Phoenix! You are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you close the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had that power with such a thing, I would be very effective at my job. Ah, yeah. Well, change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. D. Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card? So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, and go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not him. Tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying that most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services. Ever. I see you looking at me like I'm the one on trial here. In the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around with the crime scene is pretty risky. And why would someone who had requested a murder to go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume this probably done to frame Mr. On Guard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. Business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, sending someone else out to take your fall.
And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue? I must?
As I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
What kind of man the judge thinks I am now? What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose her lies. It's true, however, I realize that it would be very bad for our client, right? Yeah, I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Okay, so here it did amend it, so let's go for another circle. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. D-Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
How? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. D-Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind.
See your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not very important anyway. Very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had the knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection of this absurd situation? Phoenix, if D-Killer figures out what you're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I am positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Now I have to buy some more time. While we wait here for the items D-Killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory. and I believe I've made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's clients is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
A week ago? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Please stop.
In any case, my client had this time at a very specific date and time in mind.
At a specific date and time. Did you ask why on that specific night?
No. I try to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only have my suspicions.
Your suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in one creator's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside of that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was.
I see.
Oh, Mr. Wright, was the testimony of just now of any importance?
The killer sounds plausible. Said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor. I don't think it's very important.
Well then, witness, please continue.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Oh, I put the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That was for Phoenix.
Of course I did.
Witness, I would like you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by phone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And that the only way to establish that is to speak with the client while looking them in the eye.
Oh, Mr. Wright,
Was the testimony just... I would say that one is. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. D. Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's likely he's mistaken.
Are you saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do.
You see, it's just as I said.
I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with D. Killer's testimony. It doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. firmly believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Unless I'm supposed to press further for all of them. Press third, press third. Okay. That video gives us a few more details.
I always meet my clients to matter of principle. Yeah, that's what I already did.
Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. Not important, then important? Really? On the same press? Okay. Press further. Not important. Why he beats his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. And that's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony of now was of the utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. But as we know, that was not how it turned out, correct?
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick by the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? No, that one. I'm guessing this is a profile. No, what do we present for this? Alright, I'm gonna go for this vote then. Hang on. Not yet? Or is it Adrian's profile? I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at the time?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was a trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale.
What?
Jelly D Killer. You've never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up. How about her?
So what is the... what did you say just now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness has testified to the following. That he always meets his clients face to face. Well, he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their request.
But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. D. Killer's client could not have been Adrian Andrews. What the heck is that? Oil?
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. D. Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, he had no one has stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What's going on? Jelly D. Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must mix up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just going to spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
That right there is...
Yes, I remember I took that request by mail. There have been many times where I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Concreto, and 2 or 3 other small things. Well, when I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
He took his job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. It means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
But didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse.
Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me.
Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger the witness with such harsh words.
You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling.
Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller was met his client?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, it is the nature of right and wrong. And why could you not meet certain clients?
Recently, I have been receiving more and more requests. I've met each and every client. I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? You have a mailed in that special insulated envelope?
I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what's commonly referred to as email.
Email?
A contest of mimicry, the drug would beat a pirate, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job. Excuse me. I came out of nowhere. So you took this job without having met your client, and 2 or 3 other things?
Yes,
And what were these other things?
a few other things that had nothing to do with this case.
Sure I do. It's like one sharp man. Find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once?
I did. Once. It was when I went to give the client to my client the figurine.
Yes, I see.
But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time.
A mask?
The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
I think I can pull something out of what he said. It'd be real bad if I did something that made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with the testimony, Your Honor. We must reach the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what is so bad. The rate we're going, we're going to end up completely destroying D-Killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that'll put us in. Oh, yeah. All I can do now is pray that all items reach us in time. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes?
everything that I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination.
Could it be...
Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one,
Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Oh, I was supposed to say yes for that? Okay. So I have to push the buttons. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested for.
if it is truly that important, then I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Karita's suitcase.
And then what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me.
Okay, so we gotta, there we go. Make him get in the immortal word.
Slappy!
I found this figurine at Mr. Unguard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Unguard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Oh, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this testimony?
It's no use. As long as I can put my finger on the central problem here, pressing this witness will be extremely dangerous. This right has no problems.
And witness, please continue.
Okay, so I gotta... Let's push. So D-Killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So what now? Okay, yeah. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at On Guard Mansion? Is that correct?
Yes, where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
It's a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. Now, I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. I meant to give it to On Guard. So, what do you think? Witness? Mr. D. Killer?
Oh, I'm sorry. I went to visit the water closet for a second.
Huh?
Mr. Attorney, I think it's time I stated this in terms you can even comprehend. If you ask me any more of these pointless questions, there will be no mercy. Now, I'd like to move on with my testimony.
So close, come on now. Alright, chicken. Yeah, I'm gonna push to finish this. It has to be evidence. Is this a piece of evidence or a profile? I'm gonna hit snooze on this one. Just to hold it off for another 5 minutes. It's not a profile. Like, it has to be the suicide note, right? Because if it was for On Guard, it would have been for that reason. Shelly D. Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside of it.
This item?
I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. She was going to burn it, yeah. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order. So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client did not know how to disassemble a puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh ho ho!
Order! Order!
Mr. Phoenix, right? I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not...
That's enough! That is your intention. There is only one more thing for me to do.
Wait, please!
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think that there's a need here to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this! If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution...
What has come over everyone? Even you are.
Prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. It's a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. D. Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelly D. Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here right now, your client, Matt on Guard, will be declared innocent. And in this place, Adrian Andrews will be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews will be charged with murder.
Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt on Guard, to the stand.
Mr. D. Killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands.
Did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You've done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But At least on the charge of murder would appear you are innocent.
Let's use it again. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Unguard?
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's all just atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? If I say he's innocent, is Andrews to be charged with murder? Lynch's what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what the defense's final statement on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Master Matt on Guard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right.
I can't do this. But I have to decide something. My client, Matt on Guard, is... hella guilty. I mean, yeah. I need to get more water. So I'm gonna go ahead and let this ads roll. Okay, we're back. I know we probably still got like a minute left or so, but I'm gonna like just keep going. Guilty.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Match on guard. Your client deserves an answer.
I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Hey, there she is! Franziska von Karma. Please whip me harder. What?
What are you doing now?
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine. And his injuries are minor. All of his items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's gumshoes. It's bought as tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard for this whole trial. All for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains for me is to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence is presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. These items do not bring up any new points, and they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
It must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure that that's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform ballistics tests, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it'll be an excellent example for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. A Luger? Nice choice of weapon. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape! I bet the killer took that from the on-guard mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley D. Killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is his bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, D. Killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform, and what's that? There's a button missing on this uniform. Button. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure we were under were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who was the client.
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful! Absolutely splendid! This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end, Phoenix? I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first, make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? D. Killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force D. Killer to end his contract with On Guard, the videotape. If D. Killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Man, that's even more impossible! The man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you can make either happen, it will truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean Edgeworth? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge, we've all seen the pieces of evidence. And that is how we've come to know the truth. There is one person who's yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections to this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying that it's us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance.
Please show you evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. To turn this situation around in one try.
One try, that is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Thank Phoenix. Thank. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time.
I'm just gonna save scum at every ellipses that Phoenix does.
Who would you like to show the evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court what piece of evidence, or one piece of evidence you'd like to show this person.
I would like to return some videotapes.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Right, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one more piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers during an attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, there was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted that camera?
Well, only one person could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime. Would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't it? Isn't that right?
Yes.
It was that so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright? Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did Matt on Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly D. Killer?
Oh, it looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
What if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the D-Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we turn this case around.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
my contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job in my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item!
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. Time to get this son of a bitch.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness, and
Miss Von Karma, where did that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. You're telling me. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Go whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Does it matter what I choose at this point? Right. Matt on guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger, no matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Ow.
As always, it looks like we've uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard?
I have left Ms. Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I finally had been saved. Oh, look at her. Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that's good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? It is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
I can't count on the evidence to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on guard. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? You just like popped out Mia. Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Mystic Maya is safe! You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. Hey. About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth, for my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared, that stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit on the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. Prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do to fight with the only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we held and everything we have. Racing the paradoxes one by one, it's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. You betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma, I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who's destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisco threw something on the ground just now. Is this an electromagnetic receiver? Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? Yep. I'll return this to the precinct later. And there's something else. Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right. Okay. Nick! Maya? Hey, there she is. Mystic Maya. Aww. Ah, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. No, I'd never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, well, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're all right. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Yeah. Alright. I think it's time we go out to this depressing place. Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I'd look like a burger? I'm prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening, and I got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick, food! Yeah, you're making me hungry, Maya. Yeah, just make Edward pay the bill. Oh my god, Gumshoe! Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. What are you doing here, Lotta? Yeah, it was more exciting than that very last episode of Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Right too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna give your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Oh, looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we could put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from D-Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But who, boy, I tell you, y'all are really something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? I might have to refresh it, hang on. That's weird. Why didn't that take? Weird. Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So, to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know? I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Oh, well, it's alright. Wasn't anything important anyway. I'm sure it's nice to finally see them both smiling again. Oh, what is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience in my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, that doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Now kiss! If there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. I feel like this one would have a little more significance. I'm just going off of gut feeling. It would either be this or this, but I feel like this one would be more significant. Okay. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Now, looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean? Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. Better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. What? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Three words. 5-finger discount. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? You don't need to hold your back now, you hear? Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out. This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so. And credits, credits, credits. Really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy you could save Mystic Mine, Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like letting that one go was bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything's the only way to live, pal. I mean, she is legal now. Oh, hey! I'm Maggie Beard, retiring in this uniform as of today. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. God, it's been so long since I started this. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Hardy. Hey, recently, yes, the girl you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, I would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped or, yes. It's time to begin a quest of to let them know the world we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? You think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mokuros represent. We've got a new act in our work all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. People were What's this? Drat's an old electric razor return. I can't believe this, really. How long did they make me plan on doing this? But it's for Edgy Poo's idea. That means it must have been a deep hidden meaning. Why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Windy. And she'd be like, what are you... Okay, there she goes. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me at the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Aww.
It has become difficult to be in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we be blessed with longevity. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Shinji Mikami? Really? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices on his coat, for example. It's just like you. I only planted it here because you're always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. Why do you still have that? I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. The fourth thing. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing! You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown away my whip. I've even thrown my whip away. Oh, you mean this whip? Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm gonna say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I'd left you behind all those years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. I'm Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. I just want to hug her now. Phoenix Wright. One day, Someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Wait, is that the thing that Maya drew? And that is it for Phoenix Wright. Justice for All. Yeah, we pushed an hour past it. We're going to go ahead and stop here. Thank you for joining me tonight. And thank you for putting up with how long this has been going off. But yeah, tune in tomorrow where we continue with more Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun. And then we'll see if I stream or not on Friday night. But let's make it quick. Links here. First one's to the Discord. Second one's to the sister site for this channel. Check those out. Scroll down below. We'll have to decide, depending which platform you're watching from, to find the Blue Sky link to also reach me. Other links help support the channel and other streamers who aren't connected or affiliated with the Lazy League. They're just ones that I like to watch and follow. Check them all out when we can. They're all great. And I wouldn't say a party. I think we're just going to have a cookout. And that's pretty much it. I'm still debating whether or not to actually go to the Gundam Base Mobile tour on Friday, or probably just go on the weekend. I probably might do it on Saturday. But anyways, yeah. Thank you for joining me tonight. Yeah. Tomorrow, more Bolt Gun, and we'll see what will be taking place of this. I think I'm just gonna stick with the backlog. Just trying to clear out more of that. Speaking of which, I may not be there for anime. Okay. My brother's birthday. Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday to him. And if that's going to be the case, I might as well just go ahead and go to Gundam Base on Saturday. But anyways, yeah. That's a discussion between me and Mike. Yeah, Friday will be up in the air. If I do stream, it'll be more Gunpla. But yeah, other than that, thank you for joining me tonight. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Love and hype. Life is good. Good night, everybody. This court is adjourned.